hold on now. This sick house is full to the brim of festering with disease. Don't you know there's a deadly plague going around? A plague, you say? This is the first I've heard of it. Oh, it's terrible. It affects the young and old, the healthy and infirm alike. We're so swamped with patients I can barely catch my breath. So what are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be inside tending to the ill? We've just got so many bodies piling up. Someone has to bury them before they spread the sickness further. Oh, I actually did not catch that. She drops her voice to a whisper, looking ashamed. Hi, Brad. Welcome in. It's gotten so crowded. I've even had to dump some in the swamp. That seems unethical. But don't worry. The leech is inside working her miracles on the other patients. They couldn't be in better hands. The leech? That's the doctor of this place? The best in the land? I don't dare think about how much worse it would be without her skills. I need to speak with her. I'm checking up on someone who came through here. Sorry, I cannot in good conscience allow a person of your years to enter such an infectious space without a proper inoculation. But with all the patients, we're low on medicine, and I'm afraid I don't have any to spare. Bah! What's a simple booster shot made from anyways? There's plenty of medicinal ingredients right here in the swamp. I'll go get them myself. Well, it's a pretty basic prescription. If you bring me the components, I'll be able to mix it up and administer it. Then you can go inside. Yeah, I'm not sure why it decides to say that over and over again. I probably should go and figure that one out. Because it's like you're already here. I don't know why it feels like it needs to announce it. I'll need 3 milligrams of bug ichor extract, 5 grams of toxic thistle powder, and some lazy grass to numb the pain. Okay. You snap off a few spiny thistles and pass them to the nurse. She's careful not to burn herself on the sharp ends. Okay. A fat troll sits squarely in the middle of the bridge, busy scratching an itch on his back with a fallen tree. His unmatched girth blocks the path forward. Out of the way, you big galoot! He shifts his mass and releases a loud fart as you attempt to circumvent him. Whew, fine, keep your bridge. I'll come back when the vapors have dissipated. Oh, hello there. Sorry, I think I managed to get most of this debris off the road. Looks like you've made a fine wreck. What on earth happened to your cart? Yes, well, you see, I was sent on a very important mission by order of my captain, the bear. The bear, you say? What sort of mission? It's my job to make sure the lakeside camp is well stocked with provisions, but mostly a steady supply of honey for the bear's favorite mead. I was just on my way but back from the apiary with a cart full when a deer or something darted out of nowhere. Jostled my poor mule so bad that she broke her bridle and ran off. My own heart did nearly leap out of my rib cage. Piled the darn cart right into the ditch, she did. Now every barrel is smashed, and I can't bring myself to report back empty-handed. The bear will have my guts for garters, I'm sure of it. This bear sounds like quite a brute. Oh, you don't know the half of it. If he doesn't get his honey mead, heads will roll. Maybe you could lend me a hand? I can't very well put this broken cart back together. No, nothing like that. But could you take a message to the sergeant of the lakeshore camp? He's a reasonable fellow. Let him know what happened, and maybe he can get me out of this bind. You can get to the lakeshore camp if you follow the road to the northwest of here. I need to stay with the cart and assess damages. Oh, dear. So many quests going on at once. Vegetal farmer, okay. A hefty gourd stands before you, wiping beads of dew off his bumpy forehead. He tilts up the brim of his hat and greets you with what you interpret as a smile. Welcome to my farm, stranger. What brings you out here? How's it growing, farmer? Oh, you know, not so bad. Trying my best to win the harvest competitions this year. Well, you look to be making good progress. I'm sure you'll be shoo-in for the blue ribbon. You would think so, wouldn't you? But every year, without fail, that sour ox takes the prize. No matter how hard I work, I can't seem to outgrow his crops. It's really hard to read this. Careful now. You're beginning to sound like a sore loser. Jaw. Not sore loser. Just think it's quite suspicious, don't you? Last year, the ox and his family grew the largest corn cobs I've ever seen. I was only barely able to get second place because of my own little helpers. He motions to animated turnips and potatoes busy with menial farm work. But this year, his crops are larger than ever before, even though his family is nowhere to be seen. It doesn't make any sense to me. He's working the fields all by himself? What happened to his family? That's the fishy part. No one knows. They just disappeared one day, and the ox has said nothing. That does sound suspicious. Perhaps I'll go and ask him myself. Ja, his farm is down to the southwest. You can't miss it. I must get back to work. Veggies won't grow themselves, you know. Oh, look, another quest. So many quests. I'm so violent. You get this little changeling and it's like, oh, something's running away. Here, let me chop it up for ingredients. Yeah, yeah. I usually it's in the form of a mushroom, but yeah, I did. Hi, Tetra. Welcome in. How are you today? Oh, those don't look friendly. Oh, I need to stay away from the bandits, apparently. I'm doing good. Did you just wake up? Ooh, yeah, its weakness is a jar to collect milk. Upon closer inspection, this mountain of hay appears to have been deliberately woven into intricate wickerwork structure. You carefully pluck a single piece of straw from its center as a whole bundle begins to swirl and unravel until a gaping vortex opens before you. I don't know quite what I want to use the milk for. I think there is something that I needed it for, but I can't remember which. Yeah, but then I have to make more jars, and I don't have that much of the ash yet, the coals. So we're going to kind of hold off on it for now. Oh. Odd farmer. The cock of the wall, but it's really all bluster. Okay. I stole all their eggs. Occupied. Okay. Oh, time to chop up a vegetable again. So violent. Pumpkin jack bone. Okay. Yep. They need to be used for ingredients for my spells. Oh, look, this one's trying to follow me. It's really following me far. Oh, hold on. Okay. Yeah, I figured out how to, I had it on autopilot. There's an option to take it off autopilot. So, yeah. Thank you. I don't know. I can see. I didn't see anything like that. Let's see. It only has music on, sound effects on, in the volume control, and then autopilot. Yeah, I agree. I have other BR8 back screens or games that I have to try, but I couldn't figure out how to get them to work earlier, so yeah. He's stuck with those for now. I'm sure they're a lot easier than I was making them be, but... Okay, a turkey. Weaknesses, digestive tablets. Oh, okay. No, he does attack me. Turkeys attack you! Not very nice of them. I mean, eventually I plan on collecting them, so I guess it's fair enough, but still. Back here. Okay, can I give him just a treat? Hey, this is private property. What are you doing trespassing on my land? Why, I just came to admire the glow of your crops, Mr. Hawks. Heard you produce the most bountiful produce in the land. Ha! Well, you heard right. I work day in and day out till my hands are raw and my back is broken, but you won't find a finer farm anywhere else. You're sure to take first prize at the Harvest Festival again. You and your family must be proud. That emote is so creepy. The ox spits on the tilled soil. Pah! Those lazy louts never understood the pride and joy of devoting oneself to the land. What good's a family that gripes about hard labor? We'd have never won any of those competitions if it wasn't for my sacrifice. Where's your family then? I can't help but notice you're working all by yourself. If you must know, those damnable bandits out by the South Bridge stormed in the place one night and stole 'em away. Bandits? You don't seem very concerned about getting them back. Ha! I'm better off. For all I know, they could have already been ransomed off for fertilizer. But if you're so worried, why don't you go talk to those bloody brigands yourself? Now get your big nose off my fields or I'll toss you in the compost heap. Okay, that's nice. I actually thought he was going to attack me when I first went into the field. I don't know what to give the doggy for a treat. Oh, actually, I don't know why I didn't do that. Silly. Why would I want to put him to sleep? Oops, I didn't mean to use 2 of those. Ah, sly old fox, how'd you manage to get your creaky bones past me guards? My monks must be getting fat round the waist to let you sleep by so easily. Never too old to teach some young'uns that hands are better left out of people's pockets. Next time I catch one of you thugs rooting around for gold, they'll have to recount their fingers. Ha ha ha! Ain't you afraid of nothing, are ya? Well, let me be the first to welcome you to our merry camp, though I suspect you didn't come just to scold us. What do you know about the ox who works in the southern fields? He told me his family might have come through this way. Oh, yeah? We know all about the ox. We might have seen that family of his, but on the other hand, maybe we didn't. What's it to ya? Listen up, you big lug. That information is just about the only thing stopping me from changing this whole lot of you into stinking chickens. All right, Granny. No need to get upset. We was just playing games, you know. Yeah, we seen that family. A boy and his mum, if I remember. Always walking in that big axe's shadow. Always looking afraid of him, too. So you didn't kidnap 'em? Where are they now? You remind me of my dear old ma. She didn't take no gruff from no one neither. Ah, she used to bake the most delicious meat pies. I do sure miss her cookin'. Me and the boys have been awfully hungry lately. Thieving is hard work and crime doesn't always pay. Say, do you know how to bake? I even got Ma's meat pie recipe right here. Who knows? On a full stomach, I might even remember something about that missing family. This brew could use a helping a crow. Humble pie. Oh, look, healing thing. Do you remember where the cow was? There's the cow. Yeah. I was trying to interact with him earlier, but it didn't let me. So disturbing when they get caught in the trap. They go splat. Good they don't start attacking me now that I've already... I thought for sure they would. That's good to know that they won't. Say, do you know how to bake? I even got my moss pie recipe. Okay, I already said that one. There we go. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I want pie in my tummy tum. Welcome back, Queenie. Come on then, have a helping. The bandit plunges his hand into the pie, grabbing a fistful. He barks in delight as wet chunks of pie filling splatter out of his gob. Ah, delish, just like how my mom used to make. But something's different. He picks a small black feather from between his yellowed teeth. Is this crow? I figured you could do with a serving of humility. The gargantuan man's lip begins to quiver. Great watery tears well up in his beady eyes. What's the matter, dearie? Are the spices too strong? Sniff. Nah, it ain't the spices. Sniff. It's just... He deteriorates into a great shuddering sobs that shake the camp. Ma always said that I was a bad seed. Said if I weren't good for nothing but eatin' and thievin'. But all I really wanted to do was dance. I was gonna make the greatest dance troupe that the world had ever seen. Had a name in mind and everything. Pick and the leapin' pockers. But, I ain't been doing nothing but takin'. Always takin'. Oh, Ma was right. I'm a bad apple. Come on now, try those eyes. You're not all that bad. He snorts a dangling glob of snot back into his nose. Snurf? You really think so? You gently reassure him with another helping of pie. Of course not. You're going to tell me about the ox's family, aren't you? Oh, right. Well, you see, we've been spying on that ox for years now. Every full moon, he'd go out into his fields all by his lonesome. He'd howl at the sky. What was it that he'd say? Oh, yeah, he'd yell, corn cob. Then it always sounded like he got into an argument with someone, but there was never anyone else there, except that creepy old scarecrow of his. You pat the sniveling rogue on his stubby cheek. That's a good lad. Maybe it's time to think about the trading of daggers for dance shoes. He stuffs more handfuls of the crumbling pie between his blubbering lips. Snurf. Yes'm, I'll do that. I'll dance. Well, I guess you're in now, is what they say. This eerie simulacrum of a human sways in the breeze. Its lumpy face seems to leer down at you, as if expecting something. Ah. Corncob? The figure creaks against his pole as his vegetative head twists to look at you. It takes a wheezing breath, expelling a moth from its mouth hole. Hello, yes, have you come to strike a deal with the great and magnanimous Harvest Master? Ugh, no thank you. I'm involved in quite too many dark contracts with supernatural beings already. Why, then, have you summoned me? Has the ox made a deal with you, perchance? The ox? Why, yes. Terrible trade, I say, but a deal is a deal. What sort of trade? Does it have to do with his missing family? Yes, he said he wanted to win pretty prizes, grow the best crops, said he would give up anything in the world. So he offered me his wife and son, and I'm not one to refuse a bargain like that. Where are they? What did you do with them? Don't worry, they're fine, but as long as I make the crops grow, they belong to me. And if the crops should fail, your deal would be broken. Ha! I am the great harvest master. My harvest will never fail. We'll see about that. I'd better take a close look at these prize-winning plants. Duh. Withering gan. Okay. Harumph! These stalks don't look so sturdy to me. A good herbicide ought to shrivel these right up. That'll teach that ox a lesson about proper agricultural practices. I'll need a sturdy enough vessel to hold the poison, though. Maybe I can convince that vegetal fellow to give up that nice big watering can of his. Who are you? What do you want? If that lumpy vegetable farmer sent you, you just go back and tell him to suck eggs. What? Who? Oh, don't play all innocent with me. I know a spy when I see one. Get lost, turnip head. Okay. My poor kitty is just sick. Well, hello again. Find out anything about about what that ox is up to? As a matter of fact, I have. It seems he traded his family to a turnip wizard or field genie or some other such nonsense. Ah, you must mean the harvest master. That explains a lot, actually. Bad business to get mixed up with that sort of fellow. The farmer nervously wipes his brow with the back of his leafy hand. Not that I would know anything about that myself. Listen, I don't have time to exchange farm gossip. I need to borrow your watering can over there. Ah, I'd be happy to lend it to you, but unfortunately I still need it to grow my prize-winning vegetable. You glance down at the fat head of cabbage bobbing gently against the blanket of big, swaddling leaves. You think you may have heard a faint giggle coming from deep within the fronds. Seems plenty big enough to me. Ech, just you wait. My little baby is going to grow up to be a great big baby. It's going to be the belle of the ball and this year's festival. But if it were to, say, grow a little bit faster, I suppose I wouldn't need my watering can after all. You swear the farmer winks at you despite not being equipped with any eyes. Does nobody here grow produce in an honest way? Let me take a look at the little tyke. You look down at the fattest little cabbage you've ever seen. But if it gets your hands on that watering can, it could stand to be a little bit fatter. I'm going to have to catch the turkey after all. Okay. You spritz the cabbage with fresh, clear water while uttering a simple horticultural charm. The water beads like dewdrops before the leaves drink them up and brighten in color. I don't see why I have to deal with the dog. I should be able to just destroy it and run away from the dog. But no. I'm gonna have to get some water, I guess. I know, and I feel kind of bad, but I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to do that. Watch, there's gonna be something at the end that says that I never needed to attack those little guys. They even make like little kid-like noises as I'm chasing them. Yeah, and what's also weird about that is all I'm collecting is their slime, so I don't know what goes to the rest of them. What happens to the rest of them? I think the only time I really need to eat is if I get hit, which I have 3 hits, and there's a healing drought, but that's the only time I've ever eaten anything in this game. Like, I also think she at the beginning of the game had been asleep for years. I don't know where the other fairy shrines are. I did that one. Over there, okay. I just set the little tree spirit on fire. But to be fair, he was trying to attack me. No. It says, in fact, when you look at it, it says he'll get over it eventually. I don't even know where the tree is. I think it's this one right here. Ah, yeah. I kicked over those little rock piles like you asked. Now give me that shard or I'll knock over this nest too. You smash fairy shrines? Nyeh. Good, good. Take it. We don't want your trash. The pixie flicks the shard out of the tree and it spikes into the ground. See, I thought that I have to do the well, but I just don't see what in the well I can do. I'm sure I have to get whatever it is out of that hiding space, but I just don't know how. Guess it's time for some dinner. That or this. Oh, I guess I just had to talk to it instead of just study it. Oops. You hike up the hem of your skirt from ankle-deep well water and duck down to inspect the small, damp cave. A pale shape quickly retreats farther into the dark space. You hear the labored breath of some pathetic thing, frightened and alone. Hello there, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Bloodshot eyes blink nervously up at you. The creature gazes longingly at the light of the world above while simultaneously cowering from it. Poor dear, what are you doing down in this hole? I bet you're hungry, aren't you? Two thin, malnourished arms twist out from the crevice. One hand tightly clutches a shard of glass, while the other hand reaches out to you, begging for food. The creature uncurls its bony fingers for your offering. Okay, I can actually make that. I think. Oh, maybe. Oh, good, I can. The creature snatches up the meat so quickly that you nearly lose a finger. It scurries back down into its little crevice, and you hear a satisfying munching from within. The mirror shard lays abandoned in the silt. Okay. I've come down so many times trying to do that. And all I had to do was actually try and talk to it. Okay, back to the swamp. See, I don't burn them unless I have to. Ugh. does. It does make it better. I think. These animated wooden effigies seem engaged in a ritualistic dance. They march in stiff patterns around a reflective piece of glass embedded in the soft ground. You lean in for a better look, just long enough to make out the shard's mirrored surface, reflecting the ghostly image of the moon. You think to reach in and grab it, but the swinging limbs of the dancing totems are too dense and quick. Out of the way, you overgrown twigs! Maybe I can get them to shift their attention to some other glittering bauble. Okay. You cast the glowing globe into the ritual circle, and watch as the wooden effigies suddenly lose coordination and knock their wooden limbs into each other. You take the opportunity to slip between their tall frames and snatch the mirror shard before their frenzied dance begins anew. Half buried in the mud, the shard continues to reflect the light of the moon. I can't take it. Okay, so that should be that part for that quest. Yay! Interesting. I'm sure I'll have to do something with that later. Oops. Okay, let's see. The two steadfastly bar the entrance to the camp, but one winks and rubs his thumb and forefingers together. Oh, I thought I could read again what they said. The guards await your contribution, because I kind of accidentally skipped past it. You carefully press 3 heavy coins into the palm of the waiting guard. There, I expect you two can divide them evenly amongst yourselves. Right, 1 for you and 2 for me. What? You mean 2 for me and 1 for you? I'm the one who does all the real guarding around here. You still owe me for that game of dice you lost. You cheated me. Give me them coins. The 2 guards fall into fisticuffs and roll into the bushes, leaving the gate to the camp wide open. They don't look so well. As you cautiously approach, the bear drains the last of his enormous tankard and smashes it against the head of a nearby soldier, knocking the hapless man to the ground. And then I walloped him, just like that. So next time I catch any of you cowards turning tail, I'll skewer you like a fish and leave your guts for the gulls. Suddenly noticing that his drink has gone dry, the bear bellows to the skies. More mead, you yellow-bellied worms! More drink! Bring me my delicious honey mead! The soldier taking cover nearby exchanges nervous glances at each other, none wanting to confront the bear. There's no more honey mead. The bear wipes a strand of drool from his sagging lips. His bleary eyes slowly focus on you. A mocking smirk splits his face as he waves at you with a great spiked mace. Say, now that's a funny-looking helmet, soldier. I ever tell you the time I crushed the bucket-headed barbarians of the western mountains? You decide that now is a good time to leave the bear to his ramblings rather than make yourself an unfortunate prop in his war stories. The bear kicks an empty tankard at you as you retreat back to the camp. That's right. Go get me more mead, if you good-for-nothing sluggard. Frantic-looking officer shouts hurried orders at whoever will listen, but most of the camp soldiers are busy cowering or knocked out cold. Man the gates, you over there! Secure the perimeter! We just need to hold out a little longer. Sir, we're running out of men. Where's that damn shipment of honey? You step over at an unconscious footman to address the man in charge. I might be able to answer that question. Who let this old bat into camp? I found your quartermaster. He's having a bit of cart trouble on the road. I'm afraid your shipment isn't going to get here anytime soon. What? Oh, curse my rusty breeches! Without that honey and other supplies, we can't make the honey mead. The bear's gonna flatten the whole camp when he finds out. The camp looks half flattened already. What's all this ruckus about? Well, the bear is the greatest warrior there ever was, which is grand and all when we're fighting the enemy. But once we've set up camp, he likes to use us poor sods as playthings to reenact his conquest. And the only thing the bear loves as much as fighting is drinking. Guzzles up so much honey mead we have to brew it right here in the camp just to keep up. He points to a squat-looking device stuck near some tents, a portable brewery. Without that shipment of ingredients, I don't see how we can ever calm the bear down. He'll smash us into paste before the sun sets. Let me take a look at this brewery of yours. If the bear isn't so in love with brawling and boozing, then perhaps it's about time he received a dose of his own medicine. You inspect the brass contraption. A tank here, a hopper there. The bitter smell of alcohol is infused in the well-worn metal. Despite the needless complicated diodes and tubing, at the end of the day, the brewery is just a fancy cauldron. This seems simple enough. I should be able to concoct the potion just for your troubles. The rattled sergeant shrugs his shoulders at you. Sure, if you think it'll help, but you'll need the fuel for the darn thing first. Our supplies are a mess, so you'll have to figure it out on your own. You open the brewery to inspect its complicated innards. How difficult could it be? You snap kindling into pieces and scatter it into the bottom of the compartment of the brewery. Should be fuel enough for the job. So I need 5 jars of water and a cinder box. Okay. I'm gonna have to get water. With the heat of a cinder box, you set the stove chamber of the brewery alight. It will bring the tank to a roiling boil. Have you found any of the mirror shards? I wonder where they could be. She holds out the cracked frame of her silver mirror. You gingerly hand over the broken glass shards to the maiden. She's careful not to cut herself on the razor-sharp edges as she slots them into the mirror frame. The pieces click into place perfectly, and the surface of the mirror ripples like water on the lake. The ripples calm, settling into the form of a pristine crystal mirror. She gazes into the mirror with awe. Look, it's as good as new. Oh! The maiden's reflection ripples and morphs into the visage of a handsome young man. My love, is that you? Overcome with joy, a fresh stream of tears roll down her cheeks. I can't believe my eyes. I don't understand. What happened? Where are you? I'm imprisoned inside my own head. It's horrible here. You have to get me out. You went to the snake, didn't you? Why would you do something so stupid? Listen, my love. I have a confession to make. I'm not actually that good of a musician. What are you talking about? You were so beautiful upon your balcony. A bum like me would never get your attention. So I asked the snake to help me out a little. I thought I could protect myself from the snake's hypnotic gaze with this magic mirror, but then you went and broke the darn thing. I didn't break it. It slipped out of my hand. Wait, don't you put this on me? How could you be so irresponsible? One problem at a time, children. We fixed the mirror, so it should be able to break the snake's spell now. Yes. Oh, you have no idea how unbearable it is being stuck in here. There's nothing but awful poetry and song lyrics that don't even rhyme. Please, Granny, take the mirror. I can hardly stand to look at this buffoon any longer. Babe, wait. She presses the mirror into your hands. Back again? Take a seat and let me gaze into your eyes. Oh, let me see if I... Sudden dread grips the snake as you swing the shimmering mirror to meet his eyes. The mind-altering patterns of his gaze are reflected back to him. Slowly, but steadily, the snake leans closer and closer to the surface of the mirror. His forked tongue flicks against the glass, and then disappears beyond it. It's so beautiful. Like a length of rope being pulled through an eyelet, the snake rushes forward and vanishes into his own reflection. The mirror jolts and bucks out of your hand, clattering to the ground. You stoop down, careful not to look too deeply. Hidden in the reflection of the mirror surface, you can faintly make out a tiny wiggling shape, trapped just beyond the veil of this world. The soul of the snake. I got the snake soul. Everybody's all gone. They've been released. Okay, I need to go collect some water. See, he's fine. He's not burning up anymore. He's back to wanting to attack me. You slosh the cool, clear water into the brewery's main tank. Not the best space for potion brewing, but you want to preserve that honey mead flavor. With a hiss of steam and the sound of boiling water, the rattling brewery is ready for the next step in the process. Of course, I'll need honey for the mead. That quartermaster said he was coming back from the apiary and the fields, so I best try there. Then I'll need a proper magical binder and a token of the bear to seal the spell. Something in this camp ought to do the trick. The frothing basin of the brewery stands ready for the right ingredients. So you need honey, metamorphosis elixir, torn teddy bear. Through the open tent flap, you can catch a glimpse of a pillaged trinkets and treasures scattered about the spacious interior. You surmise that one of these precious objects might contain enough magical essence to use as a token of the bear. Your eyes have only a moment to linger upon the giant fur-lined bed before a hand pulls the door flap shut. The sergeant gives you a disapproving glare as he ushers you away. Hey, you can't go in there. This is the bear's personal tent. You know the kind of hell that would break loose if he finds out someone's been snooping? Don't worry, I'll be careful. It seems like your men are keeping him distracted anyway. You glance over at the bear as he tosses aside a soldier like a sack of potatoes. No way, no how. If you think this is bad, just wait until he finds out there's no more honey mead. If you're so afraid of that stomping brute, why don't you just slip away into the night? Surely it wouldn't prolong your life a little. And abandon all my friends? We're soldiers, gotta stick together. It's our only chance. If only there was some way to stand up to the bear. A thought seems to cross the sergeant's mind as he notices the potions and baubles hanging about your belt. Say, you're good with magical doodads and what's-its, right? What if you made me some sort of protective charm or talisman? Then I could maybe have a chance against that monster without getting my head stoved in. If I make you a protective talisman, will you let me into this tent? I suppose it wouldn't have much to worry about if you did. Sergeant looks at you with a glimmer of hope in his eye. Okay. I need milk. Okay, I'm gonna be right back for a bit. I gotta feed the dogs and stuff, so yeah, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I don't like how it doesn't, thank you, how it doesn't get rid of the marker when you've already done what it needs to out of that quest. That way. Heidi-ho! I'm afraid we're closed for the season. Closed? But I need some of your honey right away. Sorry, our supply was cleaned out just a little while ago. Funny little man with a cart. You just missed him. Yes, I've met him. He's the quartermaster for the Bear, but he had a bit of an accident on the road. I need to collect some more honey for the lakeshore camp. No, I don't know, because like when I go to talk to the person that quest marker was at, it just doesn't. It just has like he says something above his head. It doesn't start another thing. So yeah, the bear. Well, that explains why the quartermaster purchased so dang much. I heard that lumbering bully would steal the nectar from a larva if it suit him. My poor bees have already worked themselves half to death for that order, and they don't have any honey left. I wish I could do something to help you, but the only honey left in the entire apiary is Her Majesty's perfect personal reserve. Her Majesty? Why, my sweet spring flower, the jewel of my crown, the golden sun of my... Yes, yes, get on with it. My beloved queen. She's as lovely as she is wise, and resides over her flowered kingdom. A shrill voice pierces the meadow and sends a chill down your spine. Slave! Where's my dinner? I order you to bring me the finest sunflowers. Right away, my love. And make it pretty this time. I don't want another one of your dandelion bouquets like some common wasp. Yes, my sweet. I think I'd better have an audience with this queen myself. Uh-oh, the bees can attack. Oh, that's lovely. The regal insect looks down her curled nose at you scornfully. That fool beekeeper is supposed to stop the rabble from trampling my delicate garden. Good help is so hard to find, isn't it? And I suppose you've come to lend a hand? No, I don't think so. What do you want, little beetle? You seem like a very busy woman, so I won't waste your time. I need honey. Your best honey. She tilts her long neck back and lets out a buzzing laugh. Ha! Do you think I simply give my carefully cultivated riches to just any commoner? Do you have any idea how much time and energy is spent managing this colony? Everyone wants something, but no one ever wants to work for it. In a rustle of petals, the beekeeper comes running over, holding out an assortment of beautiful prairie flowers. My darling sweetheart, I offer you the finest meadow flowers. I hope you find these to your liking. Is this marigold? You wax-brained fool! You know I despise the stuff. How many times must I repeat myself? Get out of my sight, all of you! My love, I have wronged you. Let me try again. You follow the beekeeper a short distance away, while he busies himself picking more flowers. She seems to be in a foul mood. Does she always treat you like this? Well, yes, but it's really usually my own fault. Sometimes when she really gets her venom up, a little bit of smoke and soothing herbs helps calms her right down. Smoke, you say? I'm sure I could come up with something to even out her mood. Some fumes fit for a queen. Okay. I need a jar of water. Lovely. I'm so gonna get stung over here. My headset's getting ready to die. Gonna have to switch over to the other one again. There we go. You sneak? Do you honestly believe that your little puff of achoo smoke can the queen fans herself lightly as the world begins to push and pull around her. Whoa, does anyone else feel a little hot? Anyways, as I was saying, you can't just the sparkling sun bears down on the queen like a warm summer's embrace. My, look at all these beautiful colors. Have they always been so bright? The queen bee stretches her arms across the sea of flowers, brushing the tips of their petals gleefully. She arcs her limbs through the myriad of colors swirling about her head. It's gorgeous! Oh, oh, and what's that delicious smell? Crackling into the waxen walls of her hive, the queen pulls out a golden honeycomb. She proceeds to messily stuff the honey into her face. Oh, delectable. Oh, it's so good. You simply have to try some, my dear. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life. She offers up a sticky handful to you. Why, thank you, my queen. The queen holds out a shimmering honeycomb to you. Did I not pick up the honey? Didn't I grab honey? Acting like I didn't. Ow! That one actually kind of scared me. I've been running around those bees without them attacking, and suddenly it attacked. I mean, I hope that's... Okay, I need to switch my headset. Not gonna be long enough for BRB, I don't think. Yeah.
I think I got it switched. The sergeant looks at you with a glimmer of hope in his eye. Here, this ought to shield you from harm. For a time. He grins nervously as he puts the charm around his neck. Then he clobbers himself in the face with his own fist. Wow! You weren't kidding! Ha ha! Although that's nowhere near the kind of punishment the bear can dish out. I better find some more stuff to test it out with. Then I'll give that bear a piece of my mind. He stumbles off into the camp to find other objects to try against his newfound protection, leaving the bear's tent unattended. The frothing basin brewery. The brewery stands ready for the right ingredients. As you squeeze the honeycomb with your bare hands, thick, rich honey slowly oozes into the brewery's tank. Too sweet for your taste, but then, this potion is not for you. You ladle out a good portion of the writhing, tar-like substance into the brewery. To be safe, you add a little bit more, just for texture. You pause before dropping the tattered plaything into the brewery. A glint in its button eyes reminds you of something, but the thought soon evaporates from your mind. You overturn your palm, and the stuffed bear splashes down into the concoction. It floats sadly for a moment before becoming waterlogged and disappearing under the surface. With the addition of the final ingredient, the brewing equipment is sealed and set to work. Steam hisses from rivets, and its swollen metal belly clanks and rattles. Before long, the waggling fingers of the gauges and dials settle down, indicating the brew is complete. You give a quick sniff test and recoil at the sickeningly sweet vapors. You push an empty wooden keg under the contraption spigot and crank the release valve. The brewery strains under the pressure and fills the keg with chunky, oozing fluid. May not be the finest honey mead around, but hopefully that great ragging galoot won't stop to notice the difference. The brewery wheezes in defeat. You doubt it will ever make mead again. Captain, I've brought you more honey mead. The bear swipes up the tankard with his massive paws and tosses the contents into his slavering maw without hesitation. He licks his chops, savoring the particular flavor. With a sudden jerk, he bears down on you with suspicion. Say, this tastes kind of funny. What did you do, soldier? It's a new recipe. I thought you might enjoy something with a little more sting in it. Rawr! You know I hate new things. I'll teach you to rest with my favorite brew, you hayseed. The bear is upon you with frightening speed. He raises the huge mace in his paw skyward, and you brace for the impact. With an equal measure of speed, the sergeant leaps between the crashing mace and your head. You peer through your fingers as a great clang resounds through the camp. The bear roars furiously as his blow is magically repelled from the sergeant's talisman. The mace goes spinning out of his paw and falls into the lake with a great splash. He gapes, dumbfounded, as the sergeant stands before him completely unharmed. Ha! That'll teach you to pick on us, you big oaf! This has been a long time coming. The sergeant wags his finger at the bear. Who do you think you are, huh? You think you're so big and tough with your fancy feather hat and your big honking club? Well, look at you now. The camp soldiers gather to witness in stunned awe. Miraculously, the bear seems to shrink in the face of the sergeant's onslaught. If it was up to me, you'd be dishonorable discharge for disorderly conduct. You're a disgrace to the uniform. You're no captain of mine. With fear welling up in his eyes, the bear shrinks and shrinks until he is reduced to the size of a small cat. And another thing, what's happening? In place of the bear's drunken grimace is a stitched smile of a doll's grin. Two button eyes stare back at the disapproving faces surrounding the little plush toy. The sergeant takes a step back to reveal a small shape of a stuffed teddy bear where the brute once stood. Your transformative potion has finally done its work. Gee, I guess I overdid it. He scratches his head in befuddlement, but seems generally relieved. Hey, Sarge, I guess that means you're in charge now, right? Oh, yeah, I guess it does. Well, what are y'all standing around for? The camp's a mess. Let's get to work. You pick up the diminutive doll and brush some sand out of its fur. As you inspect it further, its head lolls to face you. Far within the glassy surface of the button eyes, you can barely make out a tiny crimson flame, the trapped soul of the bear. This ought to be what that old goat is after. Hope he's happy. Okay, so now I guess I finished the off. Oh, that's right. I need to figure out where. Don't know. What is that? I don't know what that is. That honey? Okay. Look down at the fattest little cabbage you've ever seen. But if it gets your hands on that watering can, it could stand to be a little fatter. You pop open the cork of the potion and sprinkle the bright liquid into the cabbage's roots. You look down at the fattest little cabbage you've ever seen, but if it gets your hands on that watering can, it could stand to be a little fatter. Some special fertilizer ought to help it along. Crushed into fine powder, a gizzard stone lends potent nutrients to the soil. The budding plant changes to a bright purple, then blue, then yellow. It suddenly goes rigid and shrinks to the size of a marble. The farmer gasps in horror as his precious baby disappears back into the earth. He turns to you, shoulders stiff and pitchfork in hand. He takes one step in your direction, but stops abruptly when a tremor shakes the ground. You look at your feet and watch deep cracks split the earth. Hold onto your hat, this one's gonna be big. You hear a booming giggle echo from deep in the ground. The Vegetal's farmer falls to his knees, clutching his hat to his chest. In an explosion of leafy greens and flying earth, the bouncing head of an enormous cabbage erupts into the field. The farmer reaches out into it shakily. My little baby? Pa? The farmer scrambles towards the big bumbling cabbage with open arms. My beautiful baby, look how big you've grown. See, with a little love and help from your friends, you're sure to win first prize after all. Oh, I don't even care about that silly zing anymore. Just look at how handsome my baby is. The two embrace, laughing and crying. I guess you won't be needing that watering can anymore. Please, help yourself. You've helped me more than enough. I didn't even have to do the last thing. Huh. Wait, what potion? Huh. I already did that. Okay. Do I need to actually grab the can somehow? Probably do. I probably was supposed to grab the can. It will take some work to break through the Scarecrow's magical boom, but you're confident of your mastery of poisons. These crops are made by magic, so they can be unmade. You hold your breath and empty the poisonous vial into the container. The toxic fumes make your fingernails curl. A good amount of weird water will dilute the poison to keep it from eating straight through the metal can. You crush up the impish bone into fine powder. Its potent fertilizer will help spread the blight. You find a hefty stick to mix all the ingredients together inside the watering cans. You know your work is done when the stick dissolves into mush in your hands. Hey, I thought I told you to beat it. He raises his hoe and brandishes it at you menacingly. You watch the sickness spreading up the stalks to the very tips of the tallest leaves. Vivid greens turn into diseased browns as the crops bend and droop. No, what's happening? The harvest master, we had a deal. You promised my crops would never fail. Dreadfully sorry. Looks like my magic is broken. Not my fault. The ox throws himself to the ground, desperately raking the soil with his fingers. Wait, let's make a new deal, please. I sacrificed too much for this. A new deal? What is your offer? Anything you want. Just bring my precious crops back to me. Anything? This is acceptable. Wormlight roots suddenly wrap around the ox's feet and begin dragging him into the soil. Wait, I didn't mean... The dust settles over the spot where the ox once stood, as if nothing had happened. Through the soil, though the soil looks barren and diseased, a small sprout of leafy greens catches your eye. Where the ox once stood, a green tendril has pushed its way through the earth. You watch a delicate blossom unfurl, revealing a stubborn, hard-shelled seed, the soul of the ox. Okay. Time to go against the leech. Standing at the front gate, the ox's missing wife and son blink in confusion, as if they had just burst forth from the earth itself. Ma? What happened? Ah, welcome back. I suppose you don't remember much. He really did it, didn't he? That stupid festival prize was worth more to him than us? Where is he? Where is my husband? Don't fret. I've already set things straight. He won't be troubling you again. And you've got this nice fertile farm all to yourself now. My son and I worked ourselves to the bones for that horrible man. Thank you for lifting this curse. Just do me a favor, and don't make any deals with suspicious scarecrows. You place a sloshing jar of ichor onto the nurse's hand. She inspects it suspiciously, but it doesn't ask where it came from. The nurse takes the dried grasses you have been so careful to keep intact and immediately crushes them into powder. The nurse nods at you, gathering all the ingredients into a small hand-sized mortar, and you hold your breath as she mashes everything into a slimy, stinky liquid. Not the most pleasant stuff, but I can assure you it beats growing lumps where no lumps should be. Speak for yourself. One can never have enough lumps. The nurse shrugs at you, sucking up the bubbling mixture into an oversized syringe. She gestures for you to hold out your arm. After stabbing into your flesh several times, she fails to find any veins with the point of the needle. Sorry, you seem to have some strange physiology. Bah! Give it here. I'll do it. You seize the injector and jab it into your arm without further fuss. A cool sensation climbs up into your fingertips. You doubt the medicine will have any effect, but at least it should make the nurse happy. There, I feel much better. Can I go inside now? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. You should be immune to the plague for the time being. Just be quick. The leech is very busy. The doctor slithers from one patient to another, checking off little boxes on a clipboard. From under her wide brim hat, she appears to notice you enter, but pays you no mind. You must be the leech. I was hoping you could help me find one of your patients. Do you have the symptoms? Crackling of the bones, oozing eyes, skin rot? Perhaps a yellow liver? Let's get you examined. The leech extends her toothy snout, prodding your body and searching for some hidden. You slap her away with a swift palm. If it's sickness you're looking for, you won't find it on me. My dear, we are all sick with something. Whether it's a broken heart or a broken arm, we all suffer in one way or another. You peer through her tightly wrapped garments and see a deep darkness underneath. Despite the warmth in her words, there is a sense of hunger and urgency in her tone. I am here to heal, to mend, to put all of your troubles at ease. Now tell me, what ails you? I told you already, I'm in perfect health. I'm here to find someone, a man who came through here with a sprained ankle. Half the patients who come to me have twisted this or broken that, before the pox sets in, that is. Can you be more specific? What does he look like? Oh, I'm not sure. Well, then how do you expect me to help you? Come back to me when you know who you're looking for. You look about the sick house at the coughing, wheezing, bedridden souls. Perhaps some of them will be able to identify the missing husband. You're going to be darker complexion and have a beard. And be short. Well, do you have any better idea who exactly you're looking for? The fellow we're looking for is shorter than most. I'm going to need a bit more than that. A fair complexion, darkened features, and darkened features. All right, he was darkened features. Narrowing it down, give me something else. Last one, he had a grand mustache, kept himself clean shaven, wore a full beard. Ah, yes, I remember that poor man now. He came in with a swollen ankle, but on his journey through the swamp he must have contracted the plague. His condition declined rapidly, I'm sorry to say. In the end, there wasn't much I could do for him, except make him comfortable. He's dead? What sort of sick house is this anyway? My condolences, really. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to doing what I can for the living. At least tell me where his wife might collect his body. The nurse outside seemed to be having trouble keeping track of them all. I'm sorry. That information is reserved for next of kin. Judging by your physique, I wouldn't say you were related to the deceased in the slightest. The doctor turns away from you to prepare vials of medicine. Better return to the old women in the swamp with the bad news. Do you have news of my husband? He should have been back by the sick house from by now. You bow your head in condolence. I'm sorry to say that your husband has passed away. The leech said he fell ill with the plague. Rather than grief, an expression of mild annoyance crosses the woman's face. Oh, what a nuisance. You don't seem that upset by the news. Well, he was getting on in years. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I just didn't think it would be from some measly plague of all things. So, where is the fool now? I'm not sure. The leech wouldn't tell me, but our assistant mentioned having to dispose of the dead out in the swamp. Ah, Brimstone and Bandersnatch. Yeah, I know I'm already in your debt, sister, but can I ask another favor? I suppose I've already stuck my foot in this mess. What is it? There's an old circle of power just west of here. It served me well in my younger years, and I expect it's still got some juice left. I need you to dust it off and fire it up again. I'd go do it myself, but by the time I get there, my poor husband's body would already be reduced to worm parts. What am I to do with this circle? You're a knowledgeable lass. The engravings on the obelisk should explain the rest. Ow. You brush off a blanket of thick moss and lichen from the ancient magical pattern carved into the earth. The essence of power wakes at your touch, bringing a slight warmth to your fingertips. 4 black stone obelisks surround the ritual spot. You'll need to scrape off more overgrown decay to read the runic lettering engraved on their surfaces. The northern obelisk calls for proof of the dead. The afterlife is nothing if not a bureaucratic. A death certificate from the leech would fit the bill. The eastern obelisk yearns for the tooth of a dragon. You haven't seen any real dragons in years, but who knows what's out in the swamp. The southern obelisk asks for a collection of bodily fluids. Breathe new life into an unliving vessel. The western obelisk requires a source of undead animation. shadowy doctor prowls among the cots, eyeing the weakest patients with dark hunger. She snaps a quivering tentacle at you as you approach. Not a step closer. Who knows what sort of disgusting maladies you may be carrying? Yes, I'm a pox-ridden wretch, I know, but I need a death certificate from you. Specifically of the short-bearded man we spoke about. His wife is in no condition to roll her chair through the swamp, so she asked me to collect it for her. I don't simply give out death certificates to anyone claiming to be someone's aunt, grandmother, or friend. This is a legitimate operation. She turns her back on you and rummages through a nearby medicinal closet. Now, where has that serum got to? Don't tell me we're already out. What's the matter? Out of stock? It's a shame you don't have the time to go out yourself. She tenses at your continued presence. What are you getting at? Medicine for that death certificate. I think that's fair trade, don't you? You would barter when people's lives are on the line? Fine, you'll have your paperwork, you filthy degenerate. Clearly too angry to speak with you, she shoves a list of required medicinal supplies into your hands. Dragonfly ring is all I need. It got me anyways. You're not entirely sure how she'll be using these. The leech stuffs the poultice in an unsanitary-looking cabinet without a second glance. The leech takes the wings, which, with a surprisingly delicate touch, and lays them out carefully along the surface of a clear shell. The leech inspects the barbs before placing each of them carefully into a velvet-lined container alongside other excruciating-looking instruments. I've run your errands. Now I really must insist on that death certificate. There's no need to get prickly. I have your papers right here. The leech extends her moist arm and thrusts a poorly written note into your hands. You shake the mucus from the paper and try to decipher the loopy and the illegible scribbles. You're not even sure that the leeches spelled the poor man's name right, but you suppose it's better than nothing. Bah! Next time I need a doctor's note, I'm better off forging the signature myself. humid swamp air has made the paper of the death certificate soft and damp. As you drop it into the bowl, it decomposes itself before your eyes until nothing is left. The eastern obelisk learns for the tooth of a dragon. You drop the sharp reptilian fang into the stone basin with a heavy clunk. It spins like a top, emitting a high-pitched whine before shattering into fine white dust. You fill the bowl with an offering of anatomic liquids. The fluid slowly disappears as if being drained by some unseen thirst, until only the wet residue remains. Oh, that's right, I have to go fight those things again. Okay, my phone rang again, so I was kind of playing while muted. I didn't want to do the next reading part until, yeah, it was off the phone. The Western Obelisk requires a source of undead animation. Oh, I didn't finish making it. Oops. There it goes. You place the token of undeath into the basin. It flutters like a candle for a moment before the shadowy umbra of the obelisk snuffs it out. With the final offering accepted, the obelisks surrounding the circle begin to hum. You can hear a strange melody playing through the discordant tones. The carvings on the ground burn with renewed energy, driving away the undergrowth. You're quick to step away as you feel a vacuous force pull at the circle's center. I'm just trying to get the next chapter done, which I don't know if it's the game or if it's... I feel like it's probably not, but I don't know. Yeah. I think I'm almost done because I think the chapter ends when I get the leech's soul. Yeah. I try and stop at easy places, but it's like these chapters are a lot longer than I thought they were going to be. I really didn't think, like, when they're called chapters, you wouldn't think they'd be quite so bad, but yeah. I suppose that's done the trick. Let's see what the writing has to say for itself now. You rotate your head to read the glowing letters on the edge of the circle. Place the vessel of the deceased, yada yada, recite the evocation of necrodermis, blah blah, apply the cannabis ointment. Right, seems straightforward enough. All I need to do now is go fetch the body of that poor fool husband. He should be here in the swamp somewhere. Well, especially because it's like there's 2 chapters, and then like in the chapters you end up getting all these other quests that are like all over the place. Yeah, so it seems real straightforward until you start doing them. Let's see. Okay. Ugh, this must be where that nurse has been dumping the surplus of corpses. I'll need to take a closer look at each one to find the right fellow. Where on earth is that stinking body? You'd think I'd be able to find him among the dead here. You watch a particularly bloated fly land on a rotting hand poking out of the muck. Its disgusting proboscis probes at the weathered flesh. 2 globular red eyes slowly unglue themselves and swivel to boggle at the insect. A huge slime-covered tongue lashes out and pulls the hapless fly into a gaping, toothless maw, along with the most of the sunken corpse. Well, I suppose that explains where my misplaced man went. There's the frog king. Croak? Can it be? Has a lovely young morsel wandered its way into my palace? You call this filthy bog a palace? He throws his head back, shaking the swamp with burbling laughter. Smaller frogs and newts scurry out of the way to avoid being crushed by his enormous bulk. Har, 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 wouldn't you? This place is a veritable bounty of insects, and my subjects have such healthy appetites, so they will all grow big and strong. I'd eat you too, but that head of yours looks much too hard. I prefer my food burp, burp, to be nice and tender. Look, you wouldn't perchance have seen an old man pass through here, have you? About yay high, full beard, deadish? The frog taps his fingers against a log, grinning an impossibly large grin. Oh yes, I do believe I've seen the trap. He had such a delectable aroma, and fall off the bone ribs. But I'm sorry to say that once something goes down the hatch, it never sees the light of day again. We'll see about that. I'm sure I can come up with some just desserts for you. The frog rolls his eyes around and around, as if daring you to try something. A witch, of course, always has something she can try. I'm gonna have to go after a stupid turkey again. What was it that I needed for? Oh, I don't need to go for. I don't know why I was thinking I need to go for turkey. I needed those for the turkey. I don't have to get a turkey. Silly me. Almost just wasted them. You wrap a juicy looking grub around the medicinal tablets and offer it to the Frog King. Your Majesty, I really must find the whereabouts of that gentleman. Perhaps a small tribute will persuade you to loosen your tongue? The frog gulps down the tantalizing meal without a thought. Ah, a delectable gift. Thank you, my pretty. Now, I already told you where. His nostrils flare for a moment, and then he sneezes, sending specks of wet mucus flying. The frog's throat suddenly expands, filling with gas. The belch that erupts from its lips resonates so loudly that the entire swamp ceases its buzzing. You avert your eyes, but the noise and the smell of the frog's explosive eruption almost knock you off your feet. Great Glinda's ghost, what a stench! The frog wobbles on its legs, looking thoroughly emptied. He teeters before rolling his huge body back into the swamp with a thunderous splash. You spot the slippery body of the husband floating in the bog water. Luckily, he seems to be missing some bits and pieces, so he should fold up quite nicely. Oh, how that's luckily, but okay. With some snapping and squeezing, you manage to get him down to a transportable size. Stuff him in your satchel. Okay. That's so lovely. The circle of power is ready and waiting for its necromantic purpose. Place the husband's body in the center. With considerable effort, you unfold the husband's decaying body from your satchel and slap it down in the middle of the circle. Invisible shackles wrap around the corpse's limbs and pull its spread eagle against the ground. Strange mists rise from the obelisk, casting everything in a sickening green light. Slowly but surely, the corpse begins to levitate off the ground. It rotates to face each obelisk one by one. Oh, get on with it. I haven't got all day. You give the rotting head a good kick as it passes by you. With a gasp of stale ale, the body drops to the ground. Suddenly, it bolts upright. Ugh. Really? Okay. Well, hello there. Ugh. Ugh. You cost me a lot of trouble, you know that. The reanimated corpse claws at his throat. Oh, sorry. Wait a moment. Near your feet, you see a disembodied tongue flopping around about the ground like a worm. You scoop it up and quickly toss it into the man's gaping mouth. This is so dumb. Block! Though he moves his jaw, his lurching voice seems to emanate from someplace beyond. Murderer! What? I am not! You were quite dead when I found you! No, leech! Murdered me! He clutches at his hollow chest as if trying to feel his heart beating. Apparently. Gave me plague, drained my blood. Leech murdered others. He swings a limp arm towards the body-filled bog. I knew there was some awful stink about that sick house. What sort of doctor infects her own patients? Check her office. Find proof. Don't you worry. I'll make sure that parasite gets what's coming to her. But you should head back home. Your wife is worried half to death about you. He turns and looks longingly over his shoulder. You can hear his vertebrae popping. Yes, late. As he shambles into the choking mist, he gives you a crooked nod of thanks. I mean, she did know that's what she was getting when you told her to do the circle thing, right? I hope. Like, yeah? Otherwise, we just sent a zombie to the old lady. While the leech is busy with her patients, you rifle through the corners of various cabinets in her office, mostly dried herbs and potions. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. That is, until you notice a suspicious-looking bookcase set against the wall. The books are all fake, just chopped-down spines glued to a solid plank. Your fingers race across the medical titles and quickly find a loose volume. With a click of a switch, the whole bookcase swings open to reveal a secret compartment. Your heart jumps at the sight. Racks upon racks of bottled blood are arranged like fine wines. Each vessel meticulously catalogs the name, description, and age of its source. It looks like that thirsty slug's been sapping the living for years. On a nearby table, you spy a decanter half filled with ruby red liquid. You wonder whose blood it contains. A dash of salt would remind that slimy worm that there's worse things out there than bloodsuckers. I mean, how do I solve the wine? Oh, with that. Okay. You sprinkled a generous amount of embalming salts collected from the graves of the leech's victims into the decanter. As the salt dissolves into the bloody cocktail, you hear the telltale squelching of the good doctor's approach. What are you doing? Can't you see that this is my private office? I already helped you enough, so there's no reason you ought to be here. She hastily shuffles you out of the room. Now get out! This place is only for the sick. You're certainly right about that. You walk just out of sight before doubling back to hide behind a withered get-well bouquet. You peer at the vexed leech as she slithers around her office, checking every cabinet and locker for tampering. She mutters something expletive about nosy old woman. Satisfied, she sighs with relief and reaches to pour herself a glass from the tainted decanter. Ah, that addition of black fever adds a certain nutty quality. Maybe it will pair well with an infusion of peat moss palsy on the next batch. She takes a sip, waiting just a moment before throwing her head back and guzzling it all down. Lovely, sharp flavor, full body too. Suddenly, the leech snaps to attention. Her limbs dart out, writhing with uncontrollable gestures. She stabilizes herself against the table as sweat pools on her brow. The decanter shatters against the floor in an explosion of glass. What's happening? The leech spasms as tendrils of ghostly spirits begin to suck the moisture from her body. You watch as she dwindles in size, shrinking like some horrible raisin. You inspect the mummified worm, pressing it between your fingers lightly, drained by the very spirit she was supposed to be healing. In your fingertips, you make out the faintest of heartbeats, the soul of the leech. The souls of the bear, leech, snake, and ox jostle in your satchel with fearful energies. That's that, then. I better get these back home to the goat before he ransacks the rest of the place. Yeah, I don't think this is game over. I do think that it's just another thing, because if you look at my grimoire, look at how many slots are still left to be found. But I think this is about going to be the end of it. I'm assuming this is going to be the end of the chapter. I could be wrong. Shouldn't I be able to go in there? There it goes, okay. Yes, just probably not today. Because, yeah, it's getting late and I do have work tomorrow. This took a lot longer. I was thinking I was only gonna play it for like a little bit of time, but yeah, it's been a long time. The goat rears its head at the sight of you. Its hooves pound the ground excitedly. Most excellent! I can sense the presence of spirits about you. You must have captured the souls I have asked for. No small task, I can tell you that. Just what do you plan on doing with them? Oh, this and that. Nothing you must concern yourself with. What's important is that you are one step closer to fulfilling your contract with me. Just go ahead and place them in the shrine there. I'll take care of the rest. The goat shakes its head towards a carved relief at the back of the room, grinning in a horrible way that no goat should. You approach the shrine and open your satchel. As you bring the stuffed bear close to the carved stone relief in the wall, it spontaneously bursts into flames in your hand, burning away until only a harsh red stone remains. The stone zaps out of your grasp and straight into the socket on the wall, buzzing like some angry insect. You are buffeted with flashes of the bear's wrath, drunken Roland, cowering bodies, splintering wood, the smell of honey. As with the first, the mummified husk of the leech turns to ash as you bring it close to the wall, leaving only a glowing orb in its place. Images of the leech slither into your mind. The prick of a needle, the drip, drip, drip of draining fluids, soothing words, restless sleep. Prismatic colors flash through your head as the thought of the snake. At the thought of the snake, secrets lapped up by a forked tongue, whispers beneath the sound of festivities. The ox brings with him the overbearing heat of the midday sun, the salty tang of the sweat in the soil, suffering, sacrifice, solitude. You step away from the shrine and its smoldering stones. Your burdens suddenly feel much lighter. Beside you, the sleeping maiden stirs in her slumber, but does not awake. Now then, you've had a very long day. Why don't you get some rest? Tomorrow we shall pick up bright and early. Yes, I am quite tired. Okay, and I think that would be chapter 2. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because now it's going to collect 4 more souls. Okay. Yeah, I think that might be it for me for tonight. Just have to think of what a good raid message would be. Yeah. A lot of my streams end up being longer than I intend. But yeah. I actually was going to do some zoo, but then, yeah, that didn't end up happening because... Well, thank you. So I think we're going to raid May, and then maybe do something like this. And if you don't have Dottie's emote, then just find an emote similar to with the pointing. Yeah, we're going to raid May. Because, yeah, she hardly ever streams when I'm still. Yeah. So thank you for joining. Oh, I guess I need to do the raid thing. Yes, we coming for you. Okay, thank you again for joining me. Have a good evening.